time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Prime Ticket presents the Dodgers as they take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Wednesday afternoon to you. Dodgers and Dbacks finishing up the series. Dodgers have not only won 2 straight, they have a streak of 3. They've also beaten the Diamondbacks 7 of the 8 last meetings. Also for Arizona, the question is their losing streak. They're on a road trip where they are 0-8. They go home after today. They have never had a completely winless road trip. They did go 1-8 one year, and they also have the burden of a 9-game losing streak. For the Dodgers, Carlos Monasterios will be on the mound, and for Arizona, trying desperately to break the streak will be former Dodger Edwin Jackson. We'll have it all coming for you and a whole lot more right after this.
And the LA Dodgers. Dodgers trying to sweep the D-backs, trying to go right now for our Alexis pursuing perfection. And a rare occurrence Monday night. Haven't seen that for the Dodgers since '89. A walk-off victory.
Walk-off.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy. I think that Casey Blake and Larry Bowa maybe talked the umpires into that one. They got the win out of it. And then last night, Matt Kemp.
Everybody's crushing Juan Gutierrez, and Matt Kemp no exception. First walk-off home run of his career. Arizona, Steve Lyons, no question, they are down. They've lost all late on this road trip. Dodgers mentality, kick them while they're down there and step on them a little bit.
We've talked all year long about the fact that you have to beat the teams that aren't as good as you. The Dodgers are doing that now. In the month of April, they did not do that, but they've clawed their way all the way back to just one game out of first place. Take this, for instance. In the last 2 nights, Arizona pitchers, their starters have had an at-bat in the 8th inning. All year long, a Dodger starter has never had an at-bat in the 8th inning. He does not want to go to his bullpen there because they are so bad.
Last couple of nights, we've had the walk-off, the walk-off. So what's in store for today? We'll find out next.
By your Southern California Hyundai dealers. Want more MPG? Hyundai has it. By Shakey's. This player has the highest lifetime batting average of .367. Go to Shakey's.com/trivia. By AT&T. TV, high-speed internet, home phone, and wireless. Visit att.com or call 1-800-PIC-ATT for details. And by Southwest Airlines. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Wednesday afternoon to you, wherever you may be. The Dodgers on a businessman special, entertaining the Arizona Diamondbacks for the final game of the three-game series. And a couple of notes on the Arizona Diamondbacks before they go home. They are 0-8 on their current road trip. This will be their final game of the trip. They have never gone 0-9 on a road trip. Back in 1998, they did go 1-8. They've also lost 9 straight besides the road trip. If you go back to 2004, that was the year that the Diamondbacks lost 111 games. And during that terrible season, they lost 11 straight in June, and then in July came right back to lose 14 straight. So this ball club would like to shape the history and get well and do it in a hurry. And here are those who have been assigned the task. Kelly Johnson will lead off at second base. Ryan Roberts will be in left field. Stephen Drew hits third, the shortstop. And Justin Upton in right field hits cleanup. Adam LaRoche at first, Rusty Ryle at third. The debate going on right now whether Mark Reynolds might have to go on the DL. Chris Young will be in center, batting seventh. John Hester takes over for Chris Snyder behind the plate. And the former Dodger Edwin Jackson on the mound for the Dbacks. On the mound for the Dodgers, Carlos Monasterios, 6'2", 175. He's 24 years old, from Miranda in Venezuela, and was originally signed by the Yankees as a free agent. He moved from the Yankees to the Phillies organization. Then he was picked up by the Mets, and eventually the Mets sent him to the Dodgers. He has fastball, curve, slider, and change. And we'll see how he goes with a record of 2-0. No record against Arizona. For the hard-pressed D-backs, the only consolation they had last night when they lost in the 10th inning, they didn't lose any ground. They're still 11.5 games in last place behind San Diego. And the first pitch of the left-hand hitting Kelly Johnson is low, and we are underway. Kelly Johnson enjoying a pretty good road trip. He's a good player. He's hitting .333 on the trip, takes a strike, and the count 1-1. Despite the fact he made that double error the other night, kicking it and then throwing it away. Kelly, a good solid second baseman, and the 1-1 pitch is low, ball 2, 2-1. It is a lovely hazy afternoon in Los Angeles, 73 degrees. Early this morning we indeed had the so-called June gloom, and the mountains have totally disappeared back of the hills in center field. 2-1 the count to Kelly Johnson, and the left-hand hitter fouls it away, and the count 2-2. So Monasterios trying to keep it going for the Dodgers, extend a 3-game winning streak. The Dodgers have done remarkably well in a lot of areas, and especially within the Western Division. Now the 2-2 pitch on the way is waved at and missed, and down goes Kelly Johnson. So one away on the strikeout, and Ryan Roberts coming up. Ryan Roberts collected a pinch hit Sunday against the Giants, and that's been his hit. He hasn't had much of a chance to play at all, but the Arizona outfield has been a non-productive, disappointing outfield, at least right now. So they play Ryan Roberts in left field. Monasterios into the windup, and the first pitch in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Roberts, right-hand batter, and the strike one pitch on the way, swung on, hit foul off first base. Loney coming over along with Ellis in front of the D-back dugout. It's James Loney for the Cats. Let's take a look now at the Dodgers with the leather, and they shape up this way defensively. We have Anderson, Kemp, and Ethier in the outfield. Belliard, Carroll, DeWitt, and Loney on the infield. A.J. Ellis catching Carlos Monasterios. 2 down in the first inning, and here's Stephen Drew. Drew, the shortstop, left-hand batter, hitting just a .179 on this road trip. Grounds one to third, backing up for the hop is Belliard, and makes the throw in time. So for Arizona, they go 1-2-3, and remember they were blank for 10 innings last night. So we'll get into that in a moment. The end of half an inning, no score. pitches, retires the D-backs in order. We can take a look now at the Dodger lineup. Jamie Carroll is going to lead off and play shortstop. Then you have last night's hero, Matt Kemp, followed by Andre Ethier and James Loney. Garrett Anderson is in left field. Ronnie Belliard has already had a play at third base. Blake DeWitt is at second. A.J. Ellis catching, and Carlos Monasterio on the mound. On the mound for Arizona, Edwin Jackson. 3 wins, 6 losses this year. 13-game winner with Detroit last year, and originally with the Dodgers. And his first pitch to Jamie Carroll is inside, ball 1. Edwin Jackson is 6 feet 3, 210. He was born in West Germany, lives in Michigan, or at least he did when he was with Detroit. The young right-hander comes back with a pitch low, and he falls behind now. 2-0 to Jamie Carroll. Carroll last night, as usual, did a great job, played second base, and had 3 hits, went 3 for 4. So Carroll hitting .286, and the next pitch down and away, ball 3. It was 2003. Edwin Jackson was 20 years old and pitching on his birthday, making his major league debut for the Dodgers against Arizona. And who did he draw as an opposing pitcher? Randy Johnson. The 3-0 pitch in for a strike, and they count 3-1. A lot of things have happened since that year. He was 2-1, but he has bounced around from the Devil Rays to the Tigers and now to the D-backs. The 3-1 pitch is inside, so Jamie Carroll is aboard, and the batter will be Matt Kemp, who hit one out last night from a pitcher who was accustomed to seeing them hit out, Juan Gutierrez. When Gutierrez came in to pitch the 10th inning last night, the note jumped out at you. He had worked 18 innings this year and allowed 9 home runs. And then Matt Kemp hit the home run to win the game. So Gutierrez now has allowed 10 home runs in 18 1/3 innings. So here's Matt. Carroll off the bag and the pitch in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Matt hitting .283, 11 home runs, 31 runs batted in. And he was saying after the game last night, now I know how it feels, how Dre must feel, meaning Andre Ethier, to have a walk-off home run. The pitch sliced foul by Kemp off first base, and the count is 0-2. For Edwin Jackson, it has been a very tough start to the year. An earned run average over 6, and more hits per innings. That sure is a problem. The one thing for him, about 2.5 to 1 strikeouts to walks. Edwin out of a stretch. Strike 2 pitch to Matt Kemp, fouled away again. Still 0-2. One of the things about Edwin Jackson is direct opposite from what you would think. When he's behind in the count to the hitters, he does reasonably well. When the count is his way, well, for instance, 0-2, the hitters are batting .304 on this count. Edwin ready, here he comes, and he bounces it down to second base, goes Carroll, and there'll be no throw. So it's a wild pitch, sending Jamie to second base. And with nobody out now, Kemp, Ethier, and Loney trying to pick him up. On the wild pitch for Edwin Jackson, it kind of takes your breath away. He has made 8 wild pitches. So 1-2 the count. Edwin Jackson, boy, he was labeled can't miss, star to be, and it has never quite worked out. 2 years ago, he did win 14 games for the Rays, but he lost 11. Here's his 1-2 pitch, and Matt Kemp chases a pitch down and away, a slider almost in the dirt. So Kemp, over eager, strikes out, and the batter will be Andre Ethier. Here's the way the D-backs step up. Ryan Roberts, Chris Young, and Justin Upton in the outfield. Ryle, Drew, Johnson, and LaRoche on the infield, and the battery of Jackson and John Hester, the catcher. 1 out, no score, bottom of the first inning. And Andre Ethier swinging the bat very well. Didn't have much to show for it in the previous 2 games, but he had a nice fluid swing. He did have a base hit his last time up last night in the 8th inning. Jackson deals, low and away, ball 1. Ethier went 0 for 4 in his return game, and then last night hit the ball very hard 3 times. Line drive to left, line drive to right, and the base hit. They shift around a wee bit. Drew way over to his left, and the pitch to Andre in for a strike, and the count 1-1. So Jamie Carroll at second, 1 out, first inning, no score. Dodgers trying to win their 4th in a row, trying to beat Arizona 8 out of 9, and to beat up on the division and go 18-5. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way. Line down the right field line, foul into the lower deck. So it's 1-2 the count. So Andre Ethier continues to hit the ball sharply. Just pulled that foul. Last night with a walk-off home run. The Dodgers have 4 walk-offs this year, 3 of them against Arizona. Now the 1-2 pitch coming up to Andre Ethier. Poke foul off to the left, out of play. Another comparison between the 2 teams. By winning last night in the 10th inning, the Dodgers have won 24 games this year in their last at bat. That's the most in the National League. The D-backs have won 10, which would be the worst in the league. And the D-backs struggling. Manny will take a rest today. So will Russell Martin. The 1-2 pitch is a soft line drive at Kelly Johnson. Back to Stephen Drew, and they double up Carroll. So Andre Ethier lines into the double play, 6-3, or the other way around. And we have no score at the end of an inning. Hello, little beauty. Eyes full of wonder, working on a thumbnail as she sits with her dad. Holly Pigtails. Another face in the crowd here at Dodger Stadium. Second inning, no score. And a boy practicing high fives with his dad while holding a glove high in the air, hoping to catch one. That's a typical sign. And into the second we go with Upton, LaRoche, and Ryle. And Monasterios delivers and misses inside. For the D-backs, their hitting is really either feast or famine. Now remember, they have gone 18 consecutive scoreless innings in this series. The 1-0 pitch fouled away. But not only have they gone 18 dry innings, In those innings, they've not had more than one hit in any inning. All of the hits singles. So it has really been a dry spot for A.J. Hinch and company. 1-1 pitch on the way. Upton takes in the dirt. Ball 2, 2-1. When the D-backs were home, they had won 4 out of 5 in their last homestand, and they hit .318. On the road trip coming into this game, the team batting average is 176. Now the 2-1 pitch on the way. Upton takes off the plate. 3-1 the count. Carlos Monasterios, second inning, no score. And the right-hander's 3-1 pitch to Justin Upton is a fly ball to right field and shallow. Ephier's going to have to play it on a bounce. Picks it up and gets it back in. So Upton, little fly ball single. And the batter will be Adam LaRoche. The Dodgers, we were talking about the fact that the D-backs having only singles. Last night, that's what the Dodgers did. From the second inning through the eighth inning, they had one hit in every inning. Then in the ninth inning, they had 2 hits, didn't score. And then in the 10th inning, won it on Matt Kemp's home run. Dodgers trying to beat the Western one more time, make it 13 out of 15. Before the East comes in here. And the pitch now to the left-hand hitting Adam LaRoche is low, ball 1-0. Remember, starting tomorrow night, a team that is playing as well as the Dodgers. So it'll be a collision, a 4-game series with the Atlanta Braves, who have won 7 straight and are playing super right now. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Throw to first instead, and Upton back on the bag. Upton has stolen 8 out of 10. Matt Williams over to go near the bag to say something to him. You never know, with a team that has lost 9 straight, the manager might just throw the book out the window. The pitch to LaRoche is high. Adam LaRoche gets the green light, 2-0. 7th in the league on that count. He is first in the league, allowed to swing 3-0. So very dangerous with his 7 home runs, 33 runs batted in. Monasterio set, and the 2-0 pitch is very high, ball 3. And again now, you think to yourself, what has Hinch got to lose? They're in last place. They're 13 games under 500, 11.5 games back. And it is time for desperate measures. So we will see if they let LaRoche swing 3-0. They do a lot. Monasterios delivers, and the pitch a high strike up around the letters. So he let that go by. 3-1 the count. He looks down to Bo Porter, coaching at third. Matt Williams over to tell Upton perhaps what was in the sign. 3-1 the count. Here comes Monasterios, and it is swung on and missed, and the count 3-2. Upton was taking very slow swings. That last swing by Adam LaRoche was not really an aggressive swing. 3-2 the count to Adam. Monasterios straightens up. We'll look at Upton. He is going. 3-2 is lifted to straightaway center. Right there is Matt Kemp setting under it to make the catch. And back to first goes Upton. So we have one away, second inning, no score, and Rusty Ryle coming up. With Mark Reynolds down with the sore leg, Ryle started last night, made the most of it, went 2 for 4, and even got around to third in the 5th inning, but did not score. Rusty hitting .326. Chip off the old block. His dad, a major league player and was around a while. Rusty, right-hand hitter out of Ponca City, Oklahoma, and the pitch to him in the dirt. Nice block by AJ. 1 ball and no strikes. Ryle is 6'2", 195, 27 years old. went to school at Oklahoma State and drafted by the Dbacks 5 years ago. His father, Mark, played for 5 big league teams over 6 seasons. He had a 14-year career as a pro. The 1-0 pitch on the way, and Rusty takes high, ball 2. 2-0. Ryle looking down to see if there's a sign. Bo Porter perhaps hanging one out to him. Brett Butler had Rusty Ryle at Reno. And another former Dodger, Dave Hansen, helped Ryle shorten his stroke, become a better hitter. Well, he's doing well, hitting .326. Out of a stretch goes Monasterios, and the 2-0 pitch swung on and missed, and the count 2-1. Hitting back of Ryle is Chris Young. Again, Ryle taking a long look, 2-1. We will see if Hinch perhaps forces the issue and plays hit and run. He did nothing on that 3-ball count to Adam LaRoche. Throw to first, and Upton back to the bag. You would think if you're in last place, you've lost 9 straight, 8 in a row on the road, you would force the issue. I mean, you would run them, you would play hit and run, you would do, but they've been very, very conservative as they slip beneath the waves. 2-1 pitch, now they play hit and run, and it's fouled off. So at least you give your players a sense of becoming aggressive, attacking, trying to change the issue instead of just going one at a time. So back to first base goes Justin Upton. Young A.J. Hinch, the youngest manager around right now, but I'm sure growing older very, very quickly. He just turned 36. Lou Boudreau was 24 when he managed the Indians. Roger Peckinpah was 23 when he managed the Yankees. Another pitch fouled away. Bucky Harris took over at the helm of the Washington Senators at the age of 27. So they have been the youngest managers. And then there's A.J. Hinch out of Waverly, Iowa. Makes his home in Arizona and went to Stanford University. He was a 4.0 graduate out of high school. A lot of brains underneath that baseball cap for sure. 2-2 the count to Rusty Ryle. Here comes Monasterios, low, ball 3. So he went 2-0, 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, and got LaRoche. And now comes right back 3-2 with Rusty Ryle. Waiting on deck, Chris Young. Monasterios at the belt. Carlos ready. Very deliberate. Runner goes. Ground ball to third. Belliard's play has to go to first. Nice pick at the other end of it by Loney. So with Upton going, they avoid the double play. He's at second base with 2 out. And Chris Young coming up.
Number 24, Chris Young.
Belliard making that long throw from third. He's already had to make 2 of them. And he handled a foul ball, so he's been busy. Chris Young is hitting .268, 8 home runs, 39 runs batted in. Certainly a very talented player. He had a breakout year in '07 and then just could not get turned around after it. Right-hand hitter takes in the dirt, blocked by Ellis. 1 ball and no strikes. In 2007, Young had 32 home runs, 68 runs batted in. Then he fell off to 22 home runs. Then last year, 15 home runs. So for the D-backs to get better, he's going to have to really turn it around. The 1-0 pitch to Chris is taken for a strike, and the count 1-1. One problem with Young has been striking out. In his first 472 games as a big leaguer, He struck out 451 times. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and that is low, ball 2. This year, in 52 games, he has struck out 45 times. But of course, on the D-backs, that's nothing. Yeah, Mark Reynolds has struck out 72 times. Justin Upton has struck out 71. 2-1 the count to Chris Young. Monasterios ready over the top. Drive down the left field line, but it is hooking and going foul. So Young, with 8 home runs, fouls it off. A.J. Ellis immediately goes out to Monasterios as if to say, hey, forget that pitch. Still 2-2 the count. As we like to point out, especially when you're playing the Arizona Diamondbacks and you talk about these fellas striking out so much, Joe DiMaggio in his entire career struck out 369 times in his entire career. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way, and that's a little high. Ball 3. 3-2 the count. DiMaggio, in his career from 1936 through 1951, that would be 16 seasons, 369 strikeouts, 361 home runs. Now you're talking about a big league player. Well, more than big league. Hall of Famer. 3-2 to Chris Young. And anybody who ever saw Joe DiMaggio go back on a fly ball will never forget it. The 3-2 pitch. Monasterios ready, and it is popped up into shallow center. Going out and waiting for Kemp to come in is Blake DeWitt, and Matt's there to make the catch. So it is now 19 innings without a run for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They leave Upton, and at the end of an inning and a half, no score. Beautiful child with a Dodger bib and a big sunbonnet on, sitting in mom's lap, taking in the lunchtime special, and as usual, a little restless, twisting and turning, and mom will try to give her some juice and keep her going. In the second, no score. James Loney followed by Garrett Anderson and then Ronnie Belliard. We've been talking about the upcoming series with Atlanta for quite a while, and it should be a dandy. As Loney checks in, hitting .285, and James takes a strike. He has 4 home runs, 32 runs batted in. The Braves have just won their 8th in a row, beating the Phillies like a drum. And it was a tough one, but the Braves won it 2-1 as Loney swings and misses. Derek Lowe was the winner. He's 8-4. Jose Contreras the loser. Billy Wagner got his 8th save. However, there was a bad note for Atlanta. Chipper Jones came out of the game with a hand injury. We don't know the extent of the injury, but we do know he hurt a hand. Meanwhile, Loney fouls a pitch away, and it's still 0-2. So the Braves, 22-8 since the 1st of May. Dodgers have to win today to have the same record. And the pitch in the dirt. So Bobby has a new cast of characters, and he is certainly getting the most of it, and probably the most widely recognized rookie in Jason Hayward, the big outfielder. So it'll be something to see them tomorrow night. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed, and down goes Loney. One away in the second inning. Second strikeout for Edwin Jackson. And the batter will be Garrett Anderson. Garrett, veteran left-hand hitting outfielder, came off the bench as a pinch hitter and hit into a double play. Then Belliard came up later and struck out. It's a tough job. Hard to play when you don't play. Garrett takes high and away. Ball 1. 1-0 the count. No score. Bottom of the second. Edwin Jackson and Carlos Monasterios. Jackson into the windup, and his 1-0 pitch fouled away. And the count 1-1 strike. Jackson has 62 strikeouts and 26 walks. Throws hard. Edwin comes back 1-1. Garrett fouls it away off to the left. And a 1-2 count. Dodgers really just starting this homestand. Finishing with Arizona. 4 with Atlanta. 3 with the Cardinals. And after a day off, 3 with the Angels. The 1-2 pitch. Garrett breaks his bat and grounds to the right side, and Kelly Johnson throws him out. A chunk of that bat wound up in an empty seat just to the right of home plate. A good 6-7 rows back. So 2 down, and Ronnie Belliard will be coming up. Belliard, pretty good player when he plays. When he has to come off the bench, that's another story. It's a struggle. So Ronnie waiting, and the first pitch to him is low and inside, ball 1. 1-0. Belliard is hitting .266, but he is just 3 for 16 coming off the bench. Tough job. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Belliard swings, ground ball to Kelly Johnson. Nice pick by Kelly to get him. So quickly, 1-2-3 inning in the second, and at the end of 2, no score. Third inning, no score in the ball game. Carlos Monasterios and Edwin Jackson. Josh Cummings, who runs our radio broadcast on KABC and the Dodger Radio Network, when we were talking about Joe DiMaggio and what a great player he was, and the fact that he didn't strike out, and it's on everybody's mind, of course, when you watch the Diamondbacks, because they make it a real habit of striking out. Anyway, how about this, a comparison? And we're not trying to give Mark Reynolds a bad time. It's the difference between how they play now and how they played then. John Hester, the catcher out of Stanford, takes ball one. Joe DiMaggio, during an 8-year stretch, compared to Mark Reynolds. Reynolds last year struck out 223 times, okay? Here's the 1-0 pitch to Hester. Check swing, inside, ball two. So last year, 223 strikeouts for Reynolds. It took DiMaggio to strike out 220 times, 1,111 games. Ground ball to short, and that'll do it to Hester. So one away. So just imagine, Reynolds, 1 year, 155 games, struck out more times than DiMaggio did in 1,111 games. And you say, yeah, but you know, Reynolds, he was a power hitter. He had 44 home runs last year. Well, over that strange 8 years where DiMaggio went the 1,100 games, striking out so little, pitch to Jackson is strike. Joe DiMaggio hit 244 home runs. That's 200 more than Mark Reynolds. Joe DiMaggio. Strike two pitch on the way, swung on and fouled off. You're probably too old to remember the song. Joe DiMaggio, we want you on our side. We started baseball's famous streak that set the world aglow. Joltin' Joe DiMaggio. I was thinking about DiMaggio and Willie Mays when we were in Colorado. Here's the strike two pitch, and Jackson takes outside. When we were in Colorado, I mean, we saw some great catches. Matt Kemp racing one way, Carlos Gonzalez diving all over the place, and I couldn't help but think, wouldn't it have been great to turn back the clock and see DiMaggio and Mays frolicking out there in center field? Jackson fouls another one off. Of course, for DiMaggio and Mays, when they were home, they had a lot of room to roam, especially in dead center. The Polo Grounds dead center was about 461. Jackson swings and misses. And at Yankee Stadium, I believe it was 481. So when a ball was hit to dead center, I mean, they had a chance to really ride it out. And they were both spectacular. Well, we have two down here in the third inning. Nothing really going on. And the batter, Kelly Johnson, is struck out in the first inning. 2 out, bases empty, scoreless in the third. Kelly, left-hand hitting second baseman, takes a strike. Good hitter, batting .268, 12 home runs, 25 runs batted in. Now the next pitch, a little high, 1-1 the count. In the second inning, you may remember Monasterios on the wild side. He had a 3-ball count to all 4 hitters and got away with it. Now the 1-1 pitch on the way. Kelly swings, doesn't get it. Kelly Johnson puts a brand on the game in the sense, if he hits a home run in a game, the Diamondbacks are 9-1. When he doesn't, they're 11-32, and he takes way off the plate. 2-2 the count. 2 out, third inning, no score. Dbacks have 1 hit, a fly ball single to right by Justin Upton. The Dodgers just a walk in their 2 innings of at-bats. Now the 2-ball, 2-strike pitch from Monasterio, swung on and missed. Off-speed change. So Kelly strikes out twice, 1-2-3 inning, and at the end of 2.5, no score. When John Eli walked off thinking there were 3 outs and it was only 2, well, Monasterios thought it was only 2 outs and there were 3. So they ought to put those 2 young fellas together. But don't ask them what time it is. No score in the 3rd. Blake DeWitt, A.J. Ellis, and then Carlos Monasterios. And the pitch in for a strike to DeWitt, hitting .261. 14 runs batted in. Edwin Jackson rocks and turns. Right-handed comes back 0-1. Fastball missing inside. DeWitt did not play last night. Played the night before, went 0 for 2 with a walk and scored a run. 1-1 pitch on the way, very high. 2-1, a changeup that got away, and you could tell a rather awkward follow through from Edwin Jackson. Had 1 hit in the game. That was the single by Upton in the 2nd inning. 2-1 pitch on the way, and DeWitt takes very high. And we have another 3-ball count. Dbacks have lost 9 straight. They are 0-8 on the road trip. Dodgers have won 3 straight, and they have beaten up the West. 12 of 14 and 17 out of 22. 3-1 pitch on the way to Blake DeWitt, swung on, fouled away. San Diego in first place by 1, and if there is a big difference, it is certainly the comparison of the Padres and the Dodgers in the Western Division. Padres are only 3 games above 500 against the West, and the Dodgers are 12 games up. The pitch to DeWitt, another foul ball, a 3rd out of play. Still 3-2. Padres and Dodgers pretty good, with the Dodgers having a much better home average. But then San Diego does better on the road. They're 5 games above 500. Dodgers are 1 under on the road. 3-2 the count, and foul back again. Another comparison, if you take the Eastern Division, San Diego 6-5, but the Dodgers having a lot of trouble with the East. They've lost 7 of 9, and they have a big 4-game series with a very hot Eastern team, the Atlanta Braves, starting tomorrow night. The 3-2 pitch on the way, fouled away again. No score, bottom of the third. For the Diamondbacks, they've gone 21 consecutive scoreless innings. Dodgers were drawing blanks for 9 innings last night, and then Matt Kemp burst the bubble. The 3-2 pitch is popped up left side. Ryle and Drew, and it will be Ryle. Rusty puts it away. So we have one away. A.J. Ellis coming up. Be sure to join the Dodgers Friday at 7:10. That's 70s night. The first 20,000 fans take home a foil stamped limited edition poster featuring James Loney and Casey Blake. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com or call 866-DODGERS. One away, here's the new daddy, A.J. Ellis. Wife presented him with a baby boy, Luke Joshua. And Joe Torre referred to him as an old-style ball player. The 1-0 pitch on the way in for a strike. Kind of an old-timer in the sense that he continued with the team rather than fly home to be there with the birth of his son. However, modern design came in handy as he takes a second strike. He was in the hotel room Saturday morning looking at a website, and there in front of him was the birth of his baby boy while he sat in the hotel. The 1-2 pitch to A.J. is fouled away. So a rather memorable moment indeed, making the most of on-the-job training. He lives in Lexington, Kentucky. He's from Cape Girardeau in Missouri. The 1-2 pitch on the way, and A.J. swings and misses, and down he goes. He's 29 years old. So we have 2 out here in the third inning. 3 strikeouts for Edwin Jackson. And Carlos Monasterio's coming up. No score in the third. Well, we kept saying that last night. No score through 9. No score through 9 and a half. And then bingo. The pitch to Monasterios in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Matt Kemp finally experiences for the first time in his big league career a walk-off home run. Monasterios swings, doesn't get it. 0-2 the count to Carlos. Came into the game 1 for 4. Fouls one back. 0-2 the count. Monasterios, right-hand batter. Edwin Jackson into his windup. And the strike 2 pitch swung on and missed. He just muscled a 95-mile-an-hour fastball up there. 4 strikeouts for Jackson. And at the end of 3, no score. line of hybrid and fuel-efficient vehicles at your Toyota dealer today. And by 76 gasoline. We're on the driver's side. Top of the fourth inning, no score on a splendid day here in Los Angeles. Not so splendid for Arizona. They have now struggled through 21 consecutive scoreless innings. Ryan Roberts followed by Stephen Drew and then Justin Upton trying to make something happen. The Arizona outfield has had trouble making something happen. They keep the firm of Young and Upton, but they've had Parra in left field for game one, Jackson for game two, and now Ryan Roberts starts in left field today. He fouled out in the first inning, hits one in the air to center. At the other end of it is Matt Kemp for the out. And just like that, one away. So Roberts didn't hang around. And the batter will be Stephen Drew. When you look at the outfield for Arizona, collectively, they may be hitting around 250. The Dodger outfield is hitting over 300. And the National League average trio would hit a little over 260. So the D-backs look to the outfield, and so far have not gotten that much in return. The pitch to Stephen Drew is high as Stephen ran up as if to bunt. 1 ball and no strike. By the way, this is a special day in the Dodger family for a lovely couple, Nancy B. Heffley and her husband Bill. The 1-0 pitch is low, ball 2. Nancy, who does such a marvelous job playing beautiful songs on the organ here. Well, Nancy and Bill celebrate their 53rd wedding anniversary today as Drew fouls another one back, so we send them hugs and love for another 50 years. 2-1 the count to Stephen Drew. Justin Upton waiting on deck. Diamondbacks 0-8 on a painful road trip. They were 1-8 on their worst road trip back in 1998, and they've lost 9 straight. 2-1 pitch lifted to right field. Ethier has a play as he moves over to his left and makes the catch while still on the grass. For the D-backs, if they look back to 2004, that was the year they lost 111. 11 straight in June, 14 straight in July. But there's still a heck of a lot of games to be played. I mean, this is only the 54th game. So a long way to go. We have 2 down, and here is Justin Upton. Had a fly ball single leading off the second inning, and Justin takes a strike. 0-1 the count. There's no doubt about it. It has to be so frustrating for the Arizona management. I mean, they have some kids with wonderful ability. Upton strokes one to center. Matt Kemp comes up a few steps, makes the catch. Kind of a ho-hum inning for Carlos Monasterio. It's not ho-hum for the D-backs. 22 consecutive scoreless innings, and we're going to the bottom of the fourth. Cardinals and the Phillies, with the exception of Braun from Milwaukee and Andre. Jamie Carroll takes ball one, 1-0. Bottom of the fourth, no score. We've only had one hit in the game, just a fly ball single that was off the bat of Justin Upton. In there to balance it, 1-1 the count. Carroll walked, got as far as second base, and was doubled up when Ethier lined into the double play. 1-1. Fastball fouled off to the right. Edwin throwing hard. He had 95 on the gun. So no wonder Carroll was late on it. 1-2. Jackson into his windup, and here we go in the dirt. 2-2. Jackson signed with the Dodgers back in 2001, 6th round pick. Went to high school in Columbus, Georgia, and will always remember that night, his 20th birthday, when he pitched against Randy Johnson. Pop fly. That's going to drop out there in left field. Jamie Carroll, however, is going to be nailed trying to extend and take a fly ball single into a double, and he pays the price. So Ryan Roberts charging in, Stephen Drew going out. Kind of a dangerous play. Johnson lunging with the glove. It went under the glove, and he went sliding by. And then Drew jumped over him, picked up the ball, fired it into second, and waiting was Kelly Johnson for the tag. So Carroll, a pop fly single to left, and he's cut down 6-4. And here's Matt Kemp. Hard ground ball. Drew very deep and on the grass, throws him out. 2 down, 4th inning, no score. Each side, one hit. A fly ball single by Justin Upton and a fly ball single by Jamie Carroll. Andre Ethier hit a line drive, but it was speared by Kelly Johnson, who just flipped over to Drew, and they doubled up Carroll. So Carroll's been out at second base twice. Andre, hitting .373, has been swinging the bat very well, even though he's been giving up a lot of points. Big chopper foul, 0-1. The series with the Braves. Hiroki Kuroda tomorrow night against Chris Medlin. Clayton Kershaw the next night against Kenshin Kawakami. Saturday night, Chad Billingsley and Tommy Hanson. On Sunday, John Eli and Tim Hudson. Hudson, by the way, just won. He's 6-1. So it's going to be a great series, and we would certainly advise you to come on over and join the fun. All 4 games will be on Prime Ticket. 0-2 the count to Andre Ethier. 2 out, bases empty. Zip, zip. On the hands, he fought it off, fouled it away. Edwin Jackson on that pitch, no wonder Andre Ethier had to fight it off. It was 97 miles an hour on the speed gun. We're in the 4th, no score. All the way to the backstop. By the way, we were giving you the television schedule for the Atlanta series, and we find that there is a misprint on the schedule that we had. Tomorrow night's game, and that will be Kuroda and Medlin, game 1 with the Braves. That will be on KCAL 9, and the other 3 on Prime Ticket. Fouled away. 2 out, 4th inning, no score. Andre Ethier chipping them off to the left. Jackson had made 44 pitches coming into the inning, but he got Carroll and Kemp pretty quickly. But Ethier is making him work as he fouls off another. 7 pitches so far in this at bat. And it's not like he's just breaking balls into the dirt. He's getting 96, 97, and that last one, a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. 1-2. 2-2, and that was another fastball up at 97. Jackson ready to come right back 2-2. And got him. Slider down and in. He had him set up for that pitch after all those fastballs. No runs ahead, nobody left, and at the end of 4, no score. From the shock. Remember, Jose was here on a Friday night, took a bow, crowd applauded, and he left us sometime in bed Saturday night, early Sunday morning. Several of Lima's friends and family members will recount stories of his life. Fans will be encouraged to sign a book of memories for his family. Of course, Viva Los Dodgers, presented by State Farm, takes place every Sunday on a Dodger homestand. Jose Lima, among other things, he performed the national anthem, God Bless America, 6 years ago here at Dodger Stadium. And Lima's anthem rendition will be shown on Dodger Vision before Sunday's game against the Braves. And then his version of God Bless America, middle of the 7th inning. Boy, that's going to be pretty touching. 3-1 pitch fouled away. His son, Jose Jr., is expected to throw out an honorary first pitch. And there'll be an in-game video tribute to Jose, the Dodger right-hander. So Sunday, rather memorable. Viva Los Dodgers. Viva Jose Lima. 3-2 to Adam LaRoche. Ground foul. For the Diamondbacks, they are really chafing at the bit. They have gone 21 consecutive scoreless innings. They want to run so badly they can taste it. 3-2. Fouled away again. Monasterios had made only 53 pitches prior to this at-bat for Adam LaRoche. Adam 7 home runs, 33 runs batted in, hitting .265. Lips one off third, down the line, slicing again. Belliard has to just watch it go back in 4 rows, and it's still 3-2. Looks like a very happy youngster down there came up with the ball. Three and 2 to Adam LaRoche. And a high fly ball, but playable to left field. Garrett Anderson is there. 1 away. 4 straight fly balls to the outfield. Well, it's time to put your thinking cap on. Here's our daily trivia question. Kirk Gibson is one of 3 players in Dodger history with a World Series walk-off hit. Who are the other 2? As Kirk sits quietly, has to be so frustrating, stomach churning for such an aggressive player to have just stand by and watch what's happening to Arizona. Another very aggressive player who's a fellow coach, Matt Williams at first base. It's got to have him tight as a drum. Desperately trying to come up with an answer. How do we turn this club around? 1-0 to Rusty Ryle. 1-1. Ryle grounded to third in the second inning, 0 for 1, hitting .319. He's the third left fielder. We had Gerardo Parra, then we had Connor Jackson, and now today we have Ryan Roberts, and at third base we have Ryle playing for Mark Reynolds. Foul ball. 1-2 the count. For a team that is struggling, if they lose Reynolds, he had 12 home runs, 39 runs batted in. So things would toughen up. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Big slow curve ball over the top. Monasterios went 5 innings in Colorado, allowed 2 earned runs. Here he is today in the 5th inning, no score. And that's popped in the air, foul behind the plate, and it will go back into the crowd. One ball and 2 strikes. A.J. Ellis, that's another thing. If you're a catcher especially, foul ball, and it's a glary kind of a day. I mean, we have clouds skidding across the sky, but we also have blue. And you come up out of a crouch, throw your helmet, throw your mask away, and then you have to find the ball and then move somewhere to catch it. But the big leaguers make it look so easy. Carlos Monasterios, the young man from Miranda, Venezuela, 24 years old. Off speed, chopper foul outside of third, so it's still 1-2. Against the Western Division, Arizona has lost 18 of 25. Still 1-2, and he went from that slow curveball at 76 to a fastball 93. Ralph fouling both of them off. In the dirt to even it up. 2 balls and 2 strikes. No score. The Dodgers have had one man get to second base. That was Jamie Carroll in the first inning, and he was doubled off on a line drive. The D-backs have one man get to second base. Upton, he got there with 2 out, and they left him. And that's it. No score. Top of the 5th. Fastball foul the other way. Loney over, but no play. This is quite an at-bat now for Rusty Ryle. A 10-pitch at-bat, and he's hacking them every which way on just about every different pitch. Whether it's the slow curve or the fastball. Still 2-2. Pulled on the ground. Belliard is on it. So Monasterios wins that lengthy at-bat by Rusty Ryle. 2 down in the 5th inning. And the batter is Chris Young. Not only struggling to get a run, now the D-backs have a string of outs. Remember, Upton started the 2nd inning with a base hit. 11 in a row have been retired since Upton's hit. Dodgers not doing much better, even though they have a base hit. Remember, the Dodgers had Carroll get a pop fly single, but he was out trying to stretch. So if you figure that as an out, 11 Dodgers have gone down in a row. Good fastball foul back. 1-1. 93 on the gun. So Carlos Monasterios. So far, an impressive 4 2/3 innings. Even better than his last time out against the Rockies. On the hands, 1-2. The only thing Monasterios has not been doing is putting the hitters away. He does have 3 strikeouts, but boy, there have been a ton of foul balls. Young hitting .267, 8 home runs, and ball 2. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for each side. Foul back. Monasterios is going through a period today. I remember when Chad Billingsley first came to the Dodgers. Remember? Every time Billingsley pitched, the hitter would foul it off, adding a great number to the pitch count. And that's hammered into left center. That should go to the wall, although cutting it off. Anderson tries to, and it gets away from him. So into second base goes Young. So Garrett Anderson trying to cut it off, couldn't do it. And John Hester will be coming up. We'll see if it's 1-1, and that's what it is. Single to left for Young, and he advances to second on the error charge to Anderson. Garrett just had it get between his legs and go to the wall. So Hester, the young catcher who went to Stanford like his skipper, will check in and try and get Young home and break the drought. Ball 1. John Hester has 3 runs batted in. He's been in 16 games, hitting .179. 1-0. Ground ball to the hole. Back to get it is for call. His replacement, Jamie Carroll. And Jamie, acting like Raphael, makes a good play. No runs, 1 hit, an error, a man left. 22 scoreless innings for the D-backs. No scores. Matt Kemp puts him away. Then he goes after James Loney, followed by A.J. Ellison for good measure, Carlos Monasterios, and finally Andre Ethier. And in the bottom of the 5th inning, it'll be Loney, Anderson, and Belliard. For Carlos Monasterios, he has now made 81 pitches. When he pitched in Colorado, he made 67. But there's no one throwing in the Dodger bullpen, so obviously he has some gas left in the tank. Meanwhile, Edwin Jackson ready to go head-to-head with James Loney. Ball 1. Jackson throwing very hard. That was his changeup at 85. He's hit 97 on the gun. 2-0. Down in the Dodger bullpen now, they do get somebody up. It's Ramon Troncoso. So that pitch count and all those foul balls, remember? That's what gave Monasterios a bad time. No score, bottom of the 5th. 3-1 to Loney. And a high fly ball into right center and deep. Young on the track says he will take it, and he does. So 1 out in the 5th inning. Remember the trivia question, appropriately enough, it involves Kirk Gibson, one of 3 in Dodger history with a World Series walk-off hit. Who were the other 2? Well, he's in good company. Cookie Lavagetto, who broke up a no-hitter in the 1947 World Series against Bill Bevins, and Jackie Robinson in 1956. Both did it against the Yankees. And, of course, Kirk did it here against Oakland. 1 ball and no strikes. Cookie Lavagetto. There's a name out of the past. There was a fellow named Eddie Bataan in Brooklyn long time ago, and he just thought the sun rose and set on Cookie Lavagetto. And he would bring balloons to the ballpark. And he sat right by the Dodger dugout. And when Lavagetto came up to hit, he would blow up the balloon. Then he would squeeze the neck and let the air comes out, that high, piercing sound. And then he would holler, "Cookie!" It was all part of the scenery at Ebbets Field. Meanwhile, Anderson fouls out. 2 down here in the 5th inning, and the batter will be Rafael Belliard. How did Jackie Robinson do it? Well, he had an RBI single to score Jim Gilliam. That was game 6. That followed Don Larson's perfect game in game 5. Jackie's base hit beat the Yankees. The Yankees came right back and won game 7. Lavagetto, that was a totally different story. Cookie came up. Bill Bevins trying to pitch a no-hitter. Oh, and 2. I'm trying to remember. Pete Reeser came up to hit with a man at second base. And they walked Reeser, putting the winning run on base. 0-2. Ground ball to short. That'll be that. Eddie Mixis ran for Pete Reeser, and Cookie doubled off the screen. And at the end of 5, no score. Deck. Next time up, he had a home run over the roof. That's the day he should have retired. Sad day for baseball as Babe Ruth hung him up. Although he did come back in 1938, he was a coach, believe it or not, for the Brooklyn Dodgers. And let's go back to this one. Sixth inning, no score in the ball game. It'll be Edwin Jackson, Kelly Johnson, and then Ryan Roberts. So they went into the 10th last night before the Dodgers got a run. And here we are in the 6th, throwing blanks again today. Jackson struck out in the third inning and drives one to right, racing over to one-handed Andre Ethier. That ball was hit hard, but it began to slice a little bit. That turned it into a room service fly ball. One down. That helped Monasterio's first pitch swing. Kelly Johnson has struck out twice. No runs, 2 hits for the D-backs. No runs, 1 hit for the Dodgers. You see, Monasterios, with the bases empty, works from a stretch. Ball 1. And we just realized now, careless on our part after talking about Babe Ruth, Troncoso's out there. The Monasterios turned in a great 5 innings. Two balls and no strikes, they count. That's in there. 2-1 to count. The Monasterios gave the Dodgers another strong 5 innings. No runs, just 2 hits. Fouled away. What was very impressive, the fact, although he did have several 3-ball counts, Monasterios throwing strikes through the 5 and did not walk anybody. Struck out 3. For Carlos Monasterios, he made 81 pitches, and what really bothered him were all those foul balls. There were 8 foul balls in the first 4 innings, and in his last inning there were 15. So subtract 23 fouls from the 81, 58 pitches in 5 innings, he really would have done well. Line drive at Jamie Carroll, drives him to his knees, but he stayed with it. Oh, was that thing hit? So Kelly Johnson lines out 2 down. You know, Sunday, June 13th, the Dodgers wrap up the Freeway Series, a special My Town celebration of Fernando Valenzuela. Fans who sit in Dodger Town, Fernando Valley, will receive a free number 34 t-shirt, enjoy an all-inclusive menu. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/mytown or call 866-DODGERS. Ryan Roberts, a strike. Young fella out of Irving, Texas. He can play a lot of position, playing left field today. 1-1. Last year he played second base, third base, and left field. He's been around with the Blue Jays, the Rangers, joined the Dbacks last season. 1-1 to Ryan. Good fastball strike. 1-2. So Ramon Troncoso picking up after Carlos Monasterios pitched a strong 5. Off speed, little pop fly. It's going to be the pitcher Troncoso in foul ground. That's a tough trick to foul out to the pitcher. And down go the D-backs. 23 consecutive scoreless innings, no score. He hits a pop fly into shallow left. Drew out. Roberts in. The ball will drop just short of the glove. Drew jumps over the fallen Roberts, picks up the ball, scrambles it back into second base, and Kelly Johnson is there to tag out Jamie Carroll. So we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. No score. Jackson has made 71 pitches through 5. And he'll be facing DeWitt, Ellis, and we'll see about Troncoso. That's ball 1. DeWitt's average now cooling down to 259. 1-1. I remember the one thing that Walter Alston couldn't understand for a while as a manager, that you get tired playing this game. He couldn't figure that out, how a 23-year-old in the prime of life could get tired playing baseball every day. Little fly ball, just enough, didn't one away. But then Walter himself was unusually strong, so you can understand why he didn't quite realize what could happen. But then after he managed for a little while, he saw the wear and the tear, and he saw it reflected in averages that for a spurt would go high and then begin to drift down. You just have no idea what it's like playing every day. Strike to Ellis. Comes as a big shock to the high school draft pick, the college star. But you're not playing 2 times a week or 3 times a week. Every day. 2 down. Marty Barrett, who played for the Red Sox, I think, summed it up pretty well. Marty said, you don't have to be great to be a major leaguer, but you have to be good every day. And the emphasis not so much on good as every day. P.C. Blake comes out of the Dodger dugout. He's going to bat for Troncoso. Down in the pen, Justin Miller is teeing up. So the Dodgers have had 2 base runners, but only one lasted for more than a moment. Jamie Carroll walked and got to second base in the 1st inning. The only other base runner was Carroll, who had that pop fly single, but he was erased trying to stretch it into a double. So if you count Carroll as being an out, the Dodgers haven't done anything after the leadoff walk in the game. And that's popped up. Adam LaRoche. Boy, was he fighting the glare, and he makes a fine play, and that's that. So the Dodgers go 1, 2, 3 yet again. And at the end of 6, no score. Try Jack's new grilled breakfast sandwich on grilled artisan bread with a cup of the new Kona Classic coffee. And by your Southern California Ford dealers, where you'll find the new Transit Connect. Check it out at scforddealers.com. Comparing what's going on here, you could just say nothing, but actually it's Major League pitching at its best. The starters, Jackson and Monasterios. Monasterios is now gone after 5. Jackson, through 6, has made only 77 pitches. And boy, have they been tough. Especially, you could point out, oh, sure, the Dbacks, they have failed to score in 23 consecutive innings. But the Dodgers have been absolutely locked up by Edwin Jackson. Justin Miller, along with Casey Blake and a movement of Ronnie Belliard, so things have changed around. Blake bats 9th. Miller will go in DeWitt's spot. Blake staying in the game, and there's a hit batter as Stephen Drew hit by Justin Miller. That would be the second leadoff man for Arizona to get aboard. Upton had a pop fly single in the second inning. So Justin Miller, a veteran, born right here and still lives in Torrance, went to L.A. Harbor Junior College, signed with the Rockies in '97, 6'2", 210. He'll be 33 the end of August. So here's Justin Upton. He's 1 for 2. Fly ball single to right and a fly ball out to center. 1 ball and no strikes. Remember, the D-backs now have not scored in 23 consecutive innings. Stephen Drew at first base is 3 for 3 in stolen bases. That's a strike. Justin Miller is 1/4 Cherokee Indian. But many years ago, the family felt the pressure to conform to American culture, so they selected the name Miller. 1-1. Ball 2. Justin said, "We don't know our real last name, despite research. The ancestors who knew of the actual name died off without telling anyone. Said, my dad's been looking for years." 3-1 the count now. Miller with 2 different sliders and a fastball. He has a splitter and a changeup. Doesn't use the change very often. That's hit near, foul, out of play. 3-2 the count. You notice that Justin Miller, even on a hot day, wears sleeves. Major League Baseball told him that he had to cover up the tattoos on his arm. They were a distraction. There goes the runner, missed at the plate. Good throw down there to double him up. A.J. Ellis right on the money. So Upton strikes out, and Drew is hung out to dry. 2-4. Perfect throw. Belliard, who moved over, remember, from third to second, making the tag.
First base number 25, Adam LaRoche.
So 2 out in the 7th inning. Miller picks up a strikeout, and Adam LaRoche will be the batter. And congratulations to young A.J. with a part Cherokee Indian on the mound, you could easily say that Ellis arrowed that throw down to second base. 0-1. 0-2. I think it was Barry Bonds who first said it. It got a lot of publicity, talking about the bat and all that stuff. And he said it's not the arrow, it's the Indian. One ball and 2 strikes to Adam LaRoche. Fly to center, fly to left. 2-2. And did that hit him on the bounce? It sure did. Didn't see much of a call from Tim Tashida, but down to first base goes LaRoche. So in the inning, Miller hits Drew. Upton strikes out for a double play at second base, and now he hits LaRoche. So here's Rusty Ryle, 2 ground balls to third. Belliard was playing there at the time. Now he's at second. Casey Blake is at third. Ball 1. Fastball with some late movement on it. 1-0. Justin Miller has been pitching professionally since 1999 and made it to the Blue Jays 2002, 4, and 5. Fly ball to straightaway center. Kemp has plenty of room. Another 0. That is 24 consecutive scoreless innings for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And now we will have, as usual, God Bless America, followed by Take Me Out to the Ball Game.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join in the singing of God Bless America. Please
No score. It looks like the scoreboard was left over from last night as we begin the bottom of the 7th inning. It'll be Jamie Carroll, Matt Kemp, and Andre Ethier. Edwin Jackson ready to go. Fastball strike. Carroll is the only Dodger to get on base. He was on base twice, one momentarily. Walk, went to second on a wild pitch. In the 4th inning, pop fly single, but was erased. And now comes up with a base hit up the middle. So Jamie Carroll, who had 3 hits last night, comes up with his 2nd hit today. And Matt Kemp, remember last night it only took a second. Matt went up to the plate. See you later. Line drive, one of those no doubt about it home runs into the left field pavilion. And the Dodgers won it 1-0. Well, now Jamie Carroll on base again with a walk, a pop fly single, and a ground single. He's been the Dodger attack. So Kemp, Ethier, and Loney trying to get him around. Ball 1. If you're thinking about last night and the home runs, we can tell you that Edwin Jackson has allowed 10 home runs. Diamondback pitching staff has allowed 88 home runs. In comparison, the Dodgers have allowed less than half of that, 43. 2 balls, no strikes. No score, 7th inning. That's fouled off first base. Should go back into the crowd and does. And the count 2-1. When the D-backs come up in the 8th inning, it's the bottom of the lineup. Young, Hester, and Jackson spot. Normally you'd say, well, they're going to hit for the pitcher. But the bullpen has been so shaky for Arizona. Jackson could very well stay in. 2-1 to Matt Kemp. Keeping an eye on Jamie in case they try to play hit and run. Carroll is 2-0 for stolen bases, but Matt Kemp, a free swinger, has struck out 55 times. And a strikeout today to make it 56. So Carroll's not going. Ground ball to third. They get 1. They get 2. So you couldn't put a play on when you have a free swinger. And Matt Kemp hits into the double play. 5-4-3. 2 double plays turned in. And Andre Ethier coming up. Andre lined into a double play with Carroll at second base in the 1st inning. He hit a shot right at Kelly Johnson, who flipped to Stephen Drew, and they doubled up Carroll. Last time up, Andre struck out. Interesting thing for Edwin Jackson, even though he has given up a couple of singles and a walk, he has only faced 3 men in each inning. Ball 2. Carroll walked, but he was doubled up by Ethier. Then they had 1, 2, 3 innings. In the 4th inning, Carroll singled and was out on a busted play. Now here in the 7th, Carroll singles. Kemp hits into a double play. And that's a pop fly. Drew going out and picks it off. So again, another 1, 2, 3 inning for Edwin Jackson. And at the end of 7, it's push against shove, no score. on Hester, 2 ground balls to short, and then Jackson. No score, 8th inning. Ball 1. Dodgers using Monasterios for 5, Troncoso for 1, and Miller into his 2nd inning. Young hitting .271. Strike. 1-1. Fastball hit in the air to right center. Kemp and Ethier digging, and this one is caught by Ethier. Boy, he had to go a long way, and he was able to run it down. So Young, who hits far more fly balls than ground balls, a long out to right center, and the batter John Hester, but instead of Hester, Connor Jackson comes out of the dugout. Connor started in left field last night and went 1 for 4, 2 fly balls, a single, and he popped up. Edwin Jackson is on deck. Connor Jackson hitting just .171. But on this road trip, 2 for 21, hitting .095. And a strike. Connor is 0 for 15. And he snapped that with a base hit last night. So it's been a struggle for him. He is physically questionable. Connor Jackson had valley fever, which really knocked him for a loop all of last year, and he's fighting his way back. 1-2. Scoreboard still has it John Hester. I don't know if they announced Connor Jackson or not. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Connor Jackson batting for John Hester. Two and 2. The bullpen is now busy. D-backs get a couple of guys up. Fouled away. Down in the pen, Aaron Heilman, who has certainly been a tower of strength in that bullpen, and Cesar Valdez begin to loosen up. It might be a question of what Connor Jackson does. If Connor gets on, they hit for Edwin. If Connor fails, Edwin hits for himself. We'll see. 2-2. And hammered down the line, foul. Pitch inside. Connor just turned on it quickly. So Justin Miller in the 7th inning hit 2 batters, but also got out of it with a strikeout and the runner nailed. Foul back. Tomorrow night, the Atlanta Braves come storming in to begin a 4-game series. Atlanta won again today, beat Philadelphia. They'll come here with an 8-game winning streak. The Phillies are now 2.5 games back of Atlanta. It should be quite a series. Another foul ball. Crowd booing a fan in the first row of the second deck. He apparently caught it and dropped it. 2-2 to Connor Jackson. Got him. So Connor is caught looking. Down he goes. Miller picks up his 2nd strikeout. And so that's what developed. It all depended on Connor as to Edwin's future in the game. If Connor had gotten aboard, they would have batted for Edwin, and they would have used one of the 2 pitchers in the pen. But Connor goes out, so Jackson stays in. Edwin has struck out and flied to right, hit the ball hard. when he flied to right in the 6th inning. That's a strike. Little slider. As we said, Justin has 2 different sliders. 0-2. So the D-backs are 1 strike away from going 25 consecutive scoreless innings. Ball 1. 1-2. D-backs go home to begin a homestand, and they certainly hope they can heal. They're only 1 game under 500 at home. They've been buried on the road. And they'll face Colorado and Atlanta and St. Louis. I mean, that's not the kind of a schedule you want for a ball club that's struggling. Colorado, then 4 with Atlanta and 3 with St. Louis. Whew. No rest for the weary. 1-2 to Edwin Jackson. Fouled away. When the Dodgers bat in the bottom of the 8th inning, Loney, Anderson, and Belliard, and quite a few candidates available for pinch hitting. Two and 2. Justin wants a new ball. Fouled away. On deck, Kelly Johnson. Dodgers trying to go 10 games above 500 at home. And Jackson foul tips. Wait a minute. Ball went in the dirt. So the plate umpire, Tim DeShita, saying no catch. So Edwin is still alive up there. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yep. He short hopped it. He's not about to tell you, though. It's not a job to be an umpire. So Jackson still working 2 and 2. And ball 3. Foul ball out of play behind the plate. The Braves will be here starting Thursday night through Sunday. And then Albert Pujols and company, they'll be here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday nights. And then after a day off, the Angels. A drive into right center for a base hit for Edwin Jackson. Picked up there by Matt Kemp. So Jackson kept alive on that foul ball that went into the dirt.
Baseman number 2,
and then makes the most of it with a single. It was also an 11 pitch at bat, so it was a great at bat for Jackson. And that brings up a good hitter, Kelly Johnson, who has 12 home runs, 25 runs batted in. Johnson with Ryan Roberts hitting back of him, and that's ball 1. So 2 out in the 8th inning. Edwin Jackson a base hit. No runs, 3 hits for the D-backs. No runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers. We're in the 8th inning. Dodgers trying to figure out what to do to get a run, but of course that's going on in the D-backs dugout as well. Ball 2. Way out in front of that. 2-1 the count. Ronald Belisario begins to heat up in the Dodger bullpen. High fly ball. Starting back was Kemp. Now he comes in and puts it away. So no runs, 1 hit, a man left, and we are heading for the bottom of the 8th. The D-backs 25 consecutive scoreless innings, no score. No score, bottom of the 8th inning, and a reminder, the Dodger opening day outfield comes to life this season with a series of collectible action figure giveaways starting tomorrow as the first 15,000 kids receive a Matt Kemp action figure presented by Grapes from California. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com or call 866-DODGERS. Chris Snyder takes over behind the plate after they batted for John Hester. Edwin Jackson still out there battling his old club and doing a great job of it. He has held the Dodgers scoreless and allowed just 2 hits. He'll be facing James Loney, Garrett Anderson, and then Ronnie Belliard. Loney is struck out, fly to center, 0 for 2. Jackson has made 87 pitches through 7 innings. Right. 0-1. On the hands, he turned on it and pulled it too much. Slider in. Loney quick to react. No balls, 2 strikes. He paid attendance today. 35,355. 35,355. So slider in and fastball away, and a 1-2 count. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Jonathan Broxton begins to stretch and air it out. In the dirt, 2-2. Loney hitting .282, 4 home runs, 32 runs batted in. Fastball pulled on it is Adam LaRoche. One away. Dodgers have scored 1 run in 17 innings. The Diamondbacks have scored no runs in 25 innings. Almost like the World Cup, it's 0-0 in the 8th. Anderson grounded out, popped up 0 for 2. Strike. Anderson followed in the lineup by Ronnie Belliard. And a drive to right, going back to the track and waiting is Upton. So 2 down in the 8th inning, and the batter will be Belliard, who has grounded out twice.
Number 3, Ronnie Belliard.
So Edwin Jackson pitching a great game against his old team. Dan Herron pitched a tremendous 8 innings last night. Manny Ramirez comes out on deck. If given a chance, he would bat for Miller. 1-0 to Belliard, hitting .258. Ronnie with 1 home run, 9 runs batted in. Good fastball in on the hand. Here it is, bottom of the 8th inning, and he hit 96 on the gun with that fastball. So he is still plenty strong. One and one. Overthrew that one, trying to get a little extra on it. Put a new ball in play. 2-1 the count. Chris Snyder behind the plate has a string 237 consecutive errorless games for the big catcher. Getting close to Mike Matheny's record. He's 16 away. 3-1 to Belliard. And Manny tuning up. Ramirez hitting just 154 in the past against Edwin Jackson. Fastball outside. Enter Manny Ramirez. Manny against Edwin Jackson, 2 hits in 13 at bats. He has struck out 5 of those 13 against Edwin Jackson. And talking about Jackson, he's ready to make his 100th pitch of the game. Manny hitting .286, 4 home runs, 25 runs batted in. Fouled off to the right, out of play, 0-1. 6 times this year, Manny has been called upon as a pinch hitter. He is 1 for 6. That one, a home run. No balls, 1 strike. So Edwin Jackson has made 100 pitches. He's even no score here in the 8th with 2 outs. Belliard at first. Fastball, drive him off the plate. 1-1. Belliard over at first doesn't do any running. If he's gone, it's certainly part of a hit and run play. Time. Two out, eighth inning, no score. Ramirez batting for Justin Miller. 1-2. On deck, the catcher, A.J. Ellis. San Diego will begin a day game in about a little more than an hour. Belliard at first, 2 out, no score in the 8th. Nice save by Chris Snyder. 2-2. So it has been anything but a wild game. No runs, 3 hits for the D-backs. No runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers. Two and two. Got him. So Manny is caught looking. Nice bit of pitching for Edwin Jackson. No runs, and the Dodgers lead their first man in the 8th inning. No score. Ramirez. Now watch how he works him. Breaking ball in the dirt, another breaking ball in the dirt, and looking, and then Manny takes his hat off to him. A great bit of performance, especially so late in the game, in the 8th inning. He's made over 100 pitches, 104 to be exact, and he has been magnificent. The Dodgers have done a great deal, but more than just one man to do it. Monasterios for 5, Troncoso for 1, Miller for 2, and now as Kirk Gibson talks to Edwin, out on the mound, Jonathan Broxton would like to keep the pitching in control. It'll be Ryan Roberts, Stephen Drew, and Justin Upton. No score in the 9th. John comes in, hits 92 on the first pitch. We've seen him throw a lot harder on the first pitch. 0-1. Broxton with those remarkable numbers, 3 walks, 35 strikeouts. 1-1. For Ryan Roberts, fouled out to third, flied to center, and then, no easy trick, fouled out to the pitcher. in the 6th inning to Troncoso. Drops that in there. Slider at 85 and a 1-2 count. Little ground ball wide at third. Casey Blake is over there now. Then we have one away in the 9th inning. Last night, Drew, Upton, and LaRoche batted in the 9th. Tonight, Roberts, then Drew and Upton. Steven grounded to third, flied to right, hit by a pitch, 0 for 2. Fouled away. Drew hitting .278, 4 home runs, 19 runs batted in. No runs, 3 hits for the D-backs. No runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers. Of the 3 hits the D-backs have, Upton a fly ball single to right. Young single to left, hard. And then Jackson a single up the middle. Hits the fastball late down the line, out of play. John has not put up a big number yet. By that I mean 92, 91, 93. We haven't seen that real express yet. Fastball away. That was 93. 2-2. Jonathan battling for a win now. And he picked up the win. Ground ball to the hole, and it's a base hit to right field. So Jonathan picked up the win in the 5-4 game, the double errors and the balk. So now he gives up a single to Drew, and here's Upton. Hit number 4 for Arizona. Upton single to right, fly to center, struck out. Upton 2 for 10 in the past against Broxton prior to this series. And ball 1. Upton did not face Broxton in game 1. Justin hitting .246, 8 home runs, 27 runs batted in. Ground ball down to the right side to Belliard. The feed to Carroll. Doubles him at first. .463 double play. 26 consecutive scoreless innings racked up. And we go to the bottom of the 9th. No score. He's made 104 pitches going into the ninth. For the Dodgers, it will be A.J. Ellis. Remember, Casey Blake batted for Troncoso and stayed in the game. And the Dodgers looking now for their third straight walk-off. And isn't it interesting? The last time they had 3 straight walk-offs in August 1982 against the Atlanta Braves. And the manager in those days was Joe Torre. Meanwhile, the Diamondbacks have gone 26 innings without scoring a run. And here's A.J. Ellis. Strike. Ellis has struck out and popped up. Foul ball. You know, to understand the frustration of A.J. Hinch, you don't have to tell him that the Diamondbacks have gone 26 consecutive scoreless innings, but they've also gone without multiple hits in an inning and without even one extra base hit. It has really been a drought. That's in the dirt. 1-2. Edwin allowed a base hit to Jamie Carroll in the 4th and in the 7th. So Jamie has the 2 hits. In the dirt again. 2-2 the count. No one throwing in the bullpen. They let Dan Herron make 126 pitches in a brilliant effort last night. And it looks like they're going to give Edwin Jackson his head. High fly ball, but playable to left field. Ryan Roberts is there. 1 away. And the batter now, Casey Blake.
Third baseman, number 23, Casey Blake.
Edwin Jackson with 109 pitches under his belt. And looking at his work this year, he has had one game against the Dodgers where he made 121 pitches. That was the 12th of May. And he made the 121 in less than 7 innings. But here he is in the 9th. Aaron Heilman pitched last night, is up in the bullpen. Fly ball to Upton. Two down in the 9th inning.
Number 14, Jamie Carroll.
And Jamie Carroll, the only successful Dodger hitter. Jamie with 3 hits last night. Today has a walk and 2 singles. Back-to-back 9-inning shutouts. That's what it looks like. That's a strike. Matt Kemp, who had the walk-off last night, waiting on deck. Oh, 0-2. Dan Herron, who knows all about it. He can certainly empathize with Edwin Jackson. He was magnificent last night without a good payoff. Slider in the dirt. 1-2. No runs, 4 hits for Arizona. No runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers, and that's going to go into right field. And for Jamie Carroll, his 3rd hit today, 6 hits in the last 2 games. And that allows Matt Kemp to come out.
Center fielder, number 27, Matt Kemp.
So Jamie Carroll has all 3 Dodger hits. And with 2 out, here's Kemp. Kemp came up in the 7th inning after Carroll had singled and hit into a double play. He came up in the 4th inning when Carroll had singled and grounded out. And he came up in the 1st inning after Carroll had walked and struck out. So this is his 4th shot with Carroll on base. Ball 1. Matt hitting .279. He has 11 home runs, 31 runs batted in. Hard to believe. Scoreless for 9 last night. Dodgers won in the 10th, and they're scoreless to the bottom of the 9th today. This is pitch number 117 for Jackson, and that's going to go foul out of play off to the right, in amongst the 35,355. Tomorrow night, a huge series with the Atlanta Braves. Remember, the Dodgers have not done well against the Eastern Division. They've lost 7 out of 9. So starting tomorrow night, a huge challenge. 1-1 to Matt. There goes Carroll. The pitch is high and dropped by Snyder. Well, Snyder, who had been sitting most of the day and just took over in the bottom of the 8th inning, didn't get the throw off. For Jamie Carroll, he is now 3 for 3 in stolen bases. So Matt Kemp doesn't need to hit one in the bleachers. He just needs a base hit. Carroll can take a good lead at second. Just did hold up. Kemp 11 home runs, 31 RBIs, and waiting on deck. Andre Ethier, the walk-off whiz. Big pitch here. And now an even bigger one coming up, 3-2. Jamie Carroll, he's carrying it. The winning run at second base. 2 out. 3-2 to Matt Kemp. Bottom of the 9th. No score. And ball 4 for Andre. A.J. Hinch going out to the mound. Edwin Jackson might have gone as far as he can go. So he has certainly given Edwin Jackson his head. The pitches beginning to pile up on him, but with 2 out. So A.J. was scared to death to go to the bullpen, let's face it. I mean, the bullpen has been a complete disaster. To give you an idea, 6 starters have left the game with a victory, only to have the bullpen lose. The bullpen for Arizona is first in inherited runners scoring, first in blown saves. It was the bullpen last night, Gutierrez, who gave up a home run. It was the balk by Esmeralda Vasquez that gave up the winning run the other night. So he's going to stay, sink or swim with Edwin Jackson against Andre Ethier. Ball 1. 1-0. It is very much of a right-handed bullpen for Arizona. They don't have a left-hander to be brought in to pitch to him anyway. That's interesting, isn't it? Ethier backed by Loney and no left-hander to go against him. One-hop line drive, indeed, right at Adam LaRoche. So again, Ethier hits the ball hard and in tough luck. No runs, one hit, two left. And again, we're going to the 10th, no score. Unbelievable. One, the Diamondbacks involved in that stretch against the Giants. The Dodgers go to the bullpen again, and Ronald Belisario will come in after Broxton pitched the ninth. 99 times out of 100, Belisario is always ahead of Broxton. Not today. Meanwhile, Edwin Jackson got congratulations from his ball club. He's made 123 pitches, and from the looks of things, he's not given out yet. There's no one throwing in the pen. We were just thinking an all right-handed bullpen, and they just acquired the services of Dontrell Willis from Detroit. Meanwhile, LaRoche flied to center, flied to left, hit by a pitch, 0 for 2. Two and 0. The Diamondbacks have gone 26 consecutive scoreless innings. And that's stroked into right field, base hit. Five hits for Arizona. Hit number one of Belisario. Rusty Ryle will hit, and Augie Ojeda will now run for LaRoche. So Ojeda at first, nobody out. The bunt fielded by Belisario. Belliard covers. Sacrifice works. And the batter now will be Chris Young, followed by Chris Snyder. The Diamondbacks had Upton reach second base in the second inning. They had Young reach second base in the fifth. Now they have Ojeda at second base in the 10th. Young is fly to center, single to left, fly to center again. 8 home runs, 39 runs batted in. Strike. Chad Qualls is throwing now, right-hander naturally, in the Arizona pen. Young 0 for 2 coming into this against Belisario. Oh and 2 the count. Belisario pitched the 8th inning last night and gave up 1 hit to Connor Jackson. No balls and 2 strikes. Ojeda at second with 1 out in the 10th. No score. Little ground ball to Blake. Runner cannot advance. So Young grounds to third. 2 out here in the 10th inning, and Chris Snyder coming up. Snyder was going to have the day off. John Hester caught until the 8th inning. Connor Jackson batted for Hester and struck out. So Snyder put on the gear, and here he is. Snyder last night 0 for 3, struck out twice. Homered in the 2nd inning, his first at bat in the series. Mark Reynolds, bad leg and all, is out on deck. Foul ball, out of play. 0-1 the count to Chris Snyder, batting .220 as Reynolds gets ready. Snyder with 25 runs batted in, and Edwin Jackson, who has labored so hard and long, hoping for a run and a possible win. Ojeda at second with 2 out. Fastball sliced foul down the line, out of play. 35,355, enjoying quite a tussle here. Snyder with 25 runs batted in. So as far as catchers are concerned, he's right up there in good company with Yadier Molino, Miguel Olivo, and Rod Barajas. 0-2. Big chopper. Casey Blake gloves. Gets him. So the Diamondbacks come up empty. That's 27 consecutive scoreless innings. Bottom of the 10th, no score. Performance and has nothing to show for it. He started out striking at Matt Kemp and never stopped until he made 123 pitches and struck out a half a dozen, including Manny Ramirez as a pinch hitter. So Jackson, a tremendous effort against his old club, but a 0 to show for his effort. 3 walks, all the 6 strikeouts. Aaron Heilman has been the one bright spot in the Arizona bullpen. Dodgers now will have Loney, Anderson, and Belliard. Augie Ojeda is playing third. Rusty Ryle is playing first. Ball 1. Heilman came in and pitched the 9th inning last night. Gave up 2 singles with 2 out, and then struck out Ronnie Belliard to get out of the inning. 1-0. 1-1. Change. Loney way out in front. Heilman is basically the only positive note in the bullpen. 2-1 to count to James Loney. In his last 15 outings, his earned run average 1.1. The opposition hitting .218 against him. Fouled away. Look at the rest of the bullpen. The earned run average for the rest 9.8. Opposition batting average for the rest of them 340. Home runs allowed 21. So you can understand why A.J. Hinch stayed with Herron, stayed with Jackson, and why he brings in Heilman. Ball 3. Dodgers trying to beat Arizona 8 out of 9. Increase a 4-game winning streak. And they have Loney, Anderson, and Belliard lined up. 3-2. And line down the right field line. It's in there and going in the corner. James is on his way for 2 with a leadoff double and nobody out. So after Jamie Carroll had 3 hits, James Loney gets 1 to account for the Dodgers' 4th hit. And with nobody out, Anderson, Belliard, and then Belisario spot. So Garrett Anderson coming up, and Larry Boa wants to talk to Garrett. Anderson, of course, has not played very much at all, so he does not have a sacrifice. You don't expect, over that brilliant career of his, that Garrett has really been able to sacrifice very often. They do have Ojeda caddy corner, but the right side of the infield is deep. So Ryle is not thinking bunt at all. And ball 1. Anderson 1 for 3 in the past against Aaron Heilman. Loney at second, nobody out, 10th inning. Fouled away. Well, the ball game on the line here in the 10th. The Dodgers certainly with a great opportunity against big Aaron Heilman, the pride of Notre Dame, out of Logansport, Indiana. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1-2 on a good changeup. We saw that pitch enough last night. Martin and Carroll had base hits against Heilman in the 9th inning last evening. So Loney at second, nobody out. 1-2 to Garrett Anderson. goes. So Anderson goes 0 for 4. That's a big at-bat, unable to advance Loney to third. And now the batter is Belliard. It was Belliard last night who came up against Heilman as a pinch hitter in the 9th inning and struck out. Belliard going the distance today has 2 ground balls and a walk. 4 career walk-off hits for Ronnie Belliard. Snyder, meanwhile, counseling Heilman. For Aaron Heilman, a 1-1 record. He's in his 24th game. He's walked 7 and struck out 20. And Loney touched him up for a double, and he's still out there at second. Ball 1. Rafael Furcal comes out on deck. And ball 2. So Rafael could be hitting for Belisario. 2-0 the count to Ronnie Belliard, trying to pick up Loney and end it. And ball 3. Furcal, by the way, is hitting .333 against Heilman. So 3-0 to Belliard. And ball 4 for Rafael. So first and second, 1 out. Furcal will now bat for Belisario. So Ramirez came off the bench and struck out. Casey Blake came off the bench and fouled out. And here's Furcal, hitting .295. But when you look at him as a left-handed batter, he's hitting .330. So Belliard at first with the big guys Loney at second, 1 away. And a strike at the knees. Hitting after Furcal is A.J. Ellis. 2 on, 1 out, 10th inning, no score. Stephen Drew directly behind Loney. Remember, James burned trying to come over to third. That was a big play. And Drew, no doubt, trying to remind him. 0-1. Popped up. Foul ground. Snyder's lost it, but Augie has the play and makes the catch. Augie Ojeda had it all the way. Chris Snyder turned and threw his hands up in the air. He had no idea where the ball was. So Furcal comes off the bench. He can't do it, and now it'll be up to Russell Martin. So Martin will bat for Ellis and then stay in if he doesn't produce.
Number 55,
Russell Martin has only pinch hit 3 times prior to today, and he is 1 for 3. Of course, pinch hitting is so tough. You look at Manny Ramirez, he is 1 for 7. Furcal as a pinch hitter is 1 for 4. Casey Blake entered the game as a pinch hitter. He's 0 for 2. So now they'll try Martin. Loney opened up with a double, and he is still there. block. Ball one on a pitch of the dirt. No runs, 5 hits for the D-backs. No runs, 4 hits for the Dodgers. Bottom of the 10th inning. A broken bat, pop fly to Heilman. And he's out of the jam, and we're going to go to the 11th inning after the Dodgers had Loney open with a double and couldn't even move him over to third. At the end of 10, no score. Cards, it's a brand new deck. Rafael Furcal, who came into the game as a pinch hitter for Belisario, stays in the game at shortstop. Jamie Carroll, having a big series, moves from shortstop to second base. Having just come off the bench as a pinch hitter, Russell Martin puts on the gear. And coming out of the bullpen is Travis Schlichting. Travis Schlichting came up last year for 2 games. He only worked 2 2/3 innings. Schlichting is from Denver. He'll be 26 in October. 6'4", 200-pounder. Originally signed by the Tampa Bay Rays out of Round Rock High School. He was at one time an infielder. The Angels moved him to third base, from third to the mound, and eventually he was released. Pitched for the Kansas City Bones in the Independent Northern League, and Gerardo Parra is going to come up and bat for Heilman. Gerardo Parra, left-hand batter, played left field in the first game. Struck out, hit into a double play, and grounded out. He's batting .237, 7 runs batted in. Ball one. So it's Parra, Kelly Johnson, and Ryan Roberts. Sliced foul out of play. One ball and 1 strike. That's a strike. 1 and 2. Schlichting just joined the Dodgers when they sent Scott Elbert down. He was on the Chattanooga roster when he was called up. And Parra takes ball 2. No runs, 5 hits for the D-backs. No runs, 4 hits for the Dodgers. Down he goes. So Parra strikes out, opening up the 11th. Don't forget to follow the Dodgers on your iPhone, iPod Touch, BlackBerry, and Android phone with MLB.com at Bat 2010, featuring play-by-play, video highlights, live audio broadcasts. Visit Dodgers.com today for more details. Kelly Johnson struck out twice, lined out to short, flied to center, 0 for 4. Ball 1. Schlichting at 6'4" seems to be all elbows and kneecaps as he comes flying off the mound. Kelly hitting .263. 2-0. It's been Monasterios for 5, Troncoso for 1, Miller for 2, Broxton for 1, Belisario for 1, and now Travis Schlichting. Fouled away. Schlichting spells that name SCHLICHTING. Basically fastball slider. 2-1. And that's hit in near to left center, but moving over is Garrett Anderson. So 2 down in the 11th inning. And the batter will be Ryan Roberts. Roberts has fouled out and flied to center, fouled out again to the pitcher, and grounded out. 0 for 4. When you say fouled out to the pitcher, it sounds like it's a Bob Uecker line when Uecker said they offered me a contract to be the second base coach. But it happened. 0-1. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 11th inning, they will have Casey Blake, Jamie Carroll, and Matt Kemp. Dodgers came close in the 9th. 2 on, 2 out. Ethier hit a line drive right at Adam LaRoche. Then in the 10th inning, after Loney a leadoff double, the Dodgers made the decision with Anderson not to try to sacrifice. He struck out. Belliard walked, and the pinch hitters came up empty for Call and Martin. So here we are in the 11th. 0-2. Ball 1. Roberts hitting .143. And that's hit in the air to right. Ethier going back and picks it off. 28 consecutive scoreless innings for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And we go to the bottom of the 11th, no score. no score, bottom of the 11th inning. You might wonder about the fact, when did the Dodgers play back-to-back scoreless nines? Well, you'd have to go back to 1918 against Cincinnati in the final game of a series, and then the Chicago Cubs in the first game of the next series. So that's going back. Dodgers tired of going back, and they'd like to go forward against right-hander Carlos Rosa. He was acquired by Arizona from the Royals back on May 1. Rosa, 6'1", 195 from San Pedro de Macorís. Dominican Republic right-hander, still lives there. And Casey Blake takes a strike. Dodgers used 4 pinch hitters. 3 of them have stayed in the game. Furcal, Martin, and now Blake. Blake fouled out back in the 6th inning. 1-1. Rosa suffered the loss, allowing a game-winning run in the 10th inning against the Giants. That's a foul ball. Still 1-2. Diamondbacks called him up from Reno the middle of May. He had 9 years in the Kansas City system. He was their minor league pitcher of the year. And Blake's fly ball, 1 away. So Casey 0 for 3.
Second baseman, number 4.
1 out in the 11th. And Jamie Carroll, who has walked 3 singles and a stolen base, on top of last night when Jamie had 3 more hits. Carroll did not play in the first game of the series. So what a performance for 2 games. 6 hits and a stolen base. That's right. One out. 11th inning, no score. One and 1. They've been at it over 3 hours now. Jamie holding up but pays the price. Light breeze blowing from left to right. And that's in there. So Jamie Carroll is caught looking, and they get him for the first time today. So Rosa with 2 out facing Matt Kemp. Last night, Matt was the last call when he hit it out to turn the lights out on Juan Gutierrez. He had a chance in the 9th inning with Carroll at second base and 2 out, but he walked. So for Matt, it's the first time he comes up without Carroll being out on the lines. 2 out, 11th inning, no score. Ball 1. Two and 0 the count. That's in there. 2 and 1. And ball 3. Rosa, who throws hard enough, had the Tommy John surgery in 2005. 3-1 to Kemp. Ethier on deck. 2 out. 3-2. Last year, Rosa was converted from a starter to a reliever. That was when he was at Omaha. Three and two. Got it. So he strikes out Carroll and Kemp. And we're going to the 12th inning. No score. No hits in the last 20 some odd at bats with runners on. And in the 12th inning, they'll have Drew, Upton, and Ojeda in that order. A.J. Hinch would love to be able to send Kirk Gibson up there, or Matt Williams. Might even wind up pinch hitting with Dan Herron. So in the 12th, Stephen Drew grounded to third, flied to right, hit by a pitch, and singled to right. Stephen 1 for 3, foul back, 0-1. By the way, you might wonder, 28 consecutive scoreless innings, we're not even close to the record. Would you believe the 1968 Chicago Cubs went 48 consecutive scoreless innings? Then, of course, you could go all the way back to 1906, but the game was played differently then. But the 1968 Cubs, 48 consecutive scoreless innings. Wow. Ground ball coming back to get it is for call, and makes it look easy. One away.
Number 10, Justin.
So a nice play by Raphael and Justin Upton coming up. Upton a fly ball single to right, fly to center, struck out, and Drew was thrown out trying to steal, and then grounded into a double play in the 9th inning. So 1 for 4. Ball 1. Monasterio, Troncoso, Miller, Broxton, Belisario, and Schlichting. One and one. Off the plate, 2-1 to count. Ball 3. Travis called up from Albuquerque following Sunday's game when Scott Elbert went back down. He was in 16 games for Albuquerque. Ground ball to the hole and through for a base hit. It dies on the grass, so for call charging out, but Anderson is on it. So Upton, ground ball single to left, his second hit and hit number 1 against Schlichting. Upton is definitely a base stealing threat. He has stolen 8 out of 10. Augie Ojeda the batter. So Schlichting will really have to keep an eye on Upton. Ojeda hitting 143 with 2 runs batted in. And Martin wants to go out and talk to Schlichting. Augie Ojeda, born in Los Angeles. Last we checked was living in Southgate. Went to school at Tennessee. He was a pinch runner Monday. Stayed at the game in third. And he got to have a round. And they had best keep an eye on Justin Upton. If you ever had the feeling somebody was going to run in this circumstance, 12th inning, if he sees an opening against the rookie pitcher, he's gone. And a strike. 0-1. Augie's been around a long time, since 1998. Originally drafted by Baltimore, went to school at Tennessee. His real name is Octavio, but the Little League coach couldn't pronounce it, so they stuck him with Augie. Pulls up on a strike. Ojeda is only 5'8", so he doesn't give you much of a strike zone. About 175 pounds. He'll be 36 in December. At least once a week growing up, Augie would come here to see a ball game. Now he's center stage. Among things, Augie said he and his father would be cheering Dusty Baker when he played left field here. Fouled up and struck him on the side of the helmet, I believe, thank goodness. 1-2. Nasty turn of events right there. Hit him on the edge of the helmet, I hope. Augie, through his career, from 2000 through 03, about 4 years he was with the Cubs. Then 1 year with the Twins. This is his 4th year with Arizona. 2-2. No score, top of the 12th. Monasterios, Troncoso, Miller, Broxton, Belisario, and Schlichting. Ground ball up the middle for a call. The quick feed, but no turn, as Carroll has his legs taken out from under him on a good slide by Justin Upton. Perfectly legitimate slide and a good hustling play by Justin to keep the inning alive. Tough thing for Carroll, because when he took that feed, he actually had his back turned to the runner and quickly turned, and there Upton was right on top of him. So the slide keeps the inning alive, and Rusty Ryle coming up. Ryle twice grounded to third, flied to center, and sacrificed. Ball one. No runs, 6 hits for the D-backs. No runs, 4 hits for the Dodgers in the 12th. Mark Reynolds out of the starting lineup with a bad leg, although he came out on deck to pinch hit and never had the chance, because they're afraid that Mark would play and really commit serious injury to himself, and they'd lose him for a long time. So Rusty has a big opportunity. Two and 0. 3-0. So Ojeda at first with 2 out, and Chris Young, always a dangerous hitter, on deck. Young today is 1 for 4. Single to left field. That's a strike. Standing at first, Ojeda, held on by Loney. Hard ground ball. Pops in the air. It's going to be a fair ball off Casey Blake's glove. What he did, though, if he doesn't get his glove on it, that's down the line for at least a double. So a great effort by Casey Blake. Let's take a look. Did the ball hit the bag or Casey, or both? It hit the bag, then high in the air, and it'll go as a single for Rusty Ryle. So a big break there, instead of having it go cleanly down the line. Second hit of the inning. Runners at first and second with 2 out. And the D-backs trying desperately to break it. 28 2/3 consecutive scoreless innings. And it's up to Chris Young. Fly to center, single to left, fly to center, grounded to third. Ball one. Schlichting retired the side in order in the 11th, but he's in a spot of trouble here. 2 on, 2 out, 12th inning, and a good hitter at the plate. Fastball, big bounce at the Blake. He'll take it to the bag. That friendly bag at third base. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left. 29 consecutive scoreless innings for Arizona. And we go to the bottom of the 12th. No score. Padres game in San Diego because that was going to start at about 3:30. Well, the Dodgers are still here scrambling with the Dbacks, and the Mets and Padres are underway. Johan Santana for the Mets, Clayton Richard for the Padres. And for the Dodgers, 12th inning, Ethier, Loney, and Anderson. Dodgers had a golden opportunity in the 10th inning when Loney led off with a double, but they failed to advance him. So here he is, the walk-off man. One more to tie two of the greatest names in Dodger history, Duke Snider and Gil Hodges. He has hit the ball hard, but nothing to show for it. 0 for 4, ball one. Lined into a double play, lined out to first baseman LaRoche, who was in there in the 9th inning. 1 ball and no strikes to Andre Ethier. He also struck out in the 4th inning and popped up to short in the 7th. Ball 2. Edwin Jackson, Aaron Heilman, and Carlos Rosa. And a strike. 2-1. Rosa retired the side in order in the 11th. Fouled away. Pretty good fastball inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Andre Ethier. No runs, 7 hits for Arizona. No runs, 4 hits for the Dodgers. And down he goes. That's 3 consecutive strikeouts for Carlos Rosa. And with 1 out, the batter, James Loney.
Number 7, James Loney.
So Ethier goes down for the 2nd time today. James Loney struck out, flied to center, grounded to first, and doubled to right. I mean, you talk about Arizona struggling. How about the Dodgers? They've scored once in the last 21 innings. And that was the home run by Matt Kemp. On deck, Garrett Anderson. And that's lifted to straightaway center and very playable. Chris Young is there. So 2 out in the 12th inning, and Garrett Anderson. Anderson had a big at-bat in the 10th inning. He had grounded out, popped up, and flied out, and Loney doubled. The Dodgers had Anderson swing away and struck out. And a strike. So Anderson 0 for 4, going the distance in left field. And a strike. So he's in a hole 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes. Popped up, left side, foul ground. Ojeda and Snider. It's Ojeda. So Augie Ojeda makes a good play. Dodgers tiptoe through the 12th. We are heading for the 13th inning. No score. consecutive innings. So you put all the hitters today, and you refer to them as swingers. Put them all together, they have a combined 143 batting average. And of the 11 hits, 10 singles. The double was James Loney leading off in the 10th inning, which was the golden opportunity for the Dodgers, and they failed to cash it in. So Travis Schlichting ready to work his third inning. Chris Snyder will start it off. Snyder 0 for 1, grounded to third in the 10th inning. Ball one with the fastball. Monasterio, Troncoso, Miller, Broxton, Belisario, and Schlichting. Jackson, Heilman, and Rosa for Arizona. Big bouncer to Blake, right on the line. Throws out the big catcher, one away. Dodgers got a big break on the ball hit by Ryle that hit the bag. If it goes down the line, they would have runners at second and third, and you never know what happened. But Young flied out anyway. Mark Reynolds, that has that bad leg, is coming up to bat for Rosa. Reynolds hitting only .225, but always dangerous. 12 home runs, 39 runs batted in, 44 home runs last year. So bad leg or no, he is a huge threat against Schlichting. Ball one. One ball and no strikes in there. For the Diamondbacks, they've used Connor Jackson, Gerardo Parra, and now Mark Reynolds as pinch hitters. They also used Ojeda as a runner, and he stayed in the game. The Dodgers have used Ramirez, Furcal, Martin, and Blake, all for unsuccessful pinch hitters. Furcal, Martin, and Blake stayed in the game. 2-1. Ball three. Reynolds, of course, with a bad leg, a 3-1 count. You know he's green lighted if he likes the pitch. Kelly Johnson on deck. And a high pop fly, shallow center. Belliard gone out, but Matt Kemp is there. Well, we said Belliard, but they've been moving around. Jamie Carroll is there now. So 2 down, and the batter, Kelly Johnson. Johnson in the leadoff role, 0 for 5, struck out twice, lined out to short, flied to center, flied to left. Got socked for sure. And he lifts one. Rafael Furcal going out. And Kemp calling and makes that count. 30 consecutive scoreless innings for Arizona. And we're going to the bottom of the 13th. No score. scoreless innings, but the Dodgers aren't very wonderful either. They've scored 1 run in their last 22 innings. So both teams stagger into the 13th. Cesar Valdez will be taking over the pitching, and the Dodgers will start with Travis Schlichting. Schlichting, who made his big league debut briefly last year, is now really in the game because he entered in the 11th. So he worked 3 innings, and he'll be swinging the bat. Cesar Valdez from the Dominican, from Santo Domingo, 6'2", 200-pounder, 25 years old. Originally signed by the Dbacks as a non-drafted free agent 5 years ago. On the DL briefly last year, he had right tricep tendonitis. So Schlichting followed by Furcal and Martin. No score in the 13th. Ball 1. Travis at 6'4" gives you a pretty nice strike zone. That's a strike. Valdez in his 7th game. He is 1-1 with an ERA over 6. He's pitched out of the stretch a lot. High bouncer caught by Drew, and his throw is just in time. The Schlichting close, but no cigar. 1 away. And Rafael Furcal will be coming up. Schlichting getting some applause as he comes back. Close play, but the throw beat. Valdez in 15 innings has given up 19 hits and 8 walks. That's why we say he's pitched out of the stretch a lot. Now Rafael Furcal came off the bench and popped up in the 10th inning. Ball 1. The bench unable to contribute. Ramirez struck out. Furcal popped up. Martin popped up. Blake fouled out. 1-0. Ground ball wide of first, backhanded by Ryle. Overhands to Valdez. Nice play. 2 down in the 13th inning. And the batter will be Russell Martin.
Russell Martin.
Russell Martin appeared as a pinch hitter in the 10th inning, broke his bat and popped up to Aaron Heilman, the pitcher. So Russell 0 for 1, hitting .249, 4 home runs, 13 runs batted in. Casey Blake on deck. Ball 1. Foul ball, 1-1 the count. Don't forget, the Atlanta Braves will be here tomorrow night. Like they beat Philadelphia 2-1 today. Heck, they might be close to being here by the time this game ends. To begin a 4-game series, and it's a red-hot Braves club. First place, 2.5 in front of the Phils, and they just won their 8th straight today. Ball 2. Dodgers had Loney double in the 10th, and they'd have nothing since. Two and 1 to Russ. Ball 3. So Casey waits, and Martin goes 3 and 1. And he walked him.
The Dodgers third baseman, number 23.
So Casey Blake coming up, came into the game as a pinch hitter and fouled out in the 6th inning. Stayed in. Since then has flied to right and flied to center. Martin held on by Rusty Ryle over at first base. Augie Ojeda deep guarding the line at third. And that's a strike. Tremendous starting performances last night by Dan Herron and today by Edwin Jackson. The Dodgers got multi-performances to keep it blanked. Monasterios, Troncoso, Miller, Broxton, Belisario, and now Schlichting. And that's going to be a little flare which will bounce and will not be played. Whoa, Martin, you can read his mind. It was tempting to try to go to third, and he held up. So Stephen Drew charging that little blooper. It was a base hit. There wasn't very much they could do about it. And Casey will take it. Not much for Drew to do because Ojeda had cut in front of him and screened him. So Blake will take it. A big hit. And now the Dodgers have the winning run at second base. And Jamie Carroll, who's been such a hot hitter in the last 2 games. 6 hits and a walk. Jamie last time up in the 11th inning struck out. That was against Carlos Rosa. Now he looks at Cesar Valdez. 2 on, 2 out. 13th inning, no score. And ball 1. Out on deck, a quiet Matt Kemp. Carroll has walked, singled 3 times, stolen a base, and struck out. Off the plate, 2-0. Stephen Drew has to play deep on the rim at short. Kelly Johnson is on the grass at second, so Martin can take a pretty good lead. And of course, Larry Boa is watching him. Line drive down the line, just foul. We're not going home. Just foul. So Jamie Carroll inches from being a hero. And the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Boy, he smacked it. But right on the line, Tim Timmons had a great view, and Carroll just thought it was fair. You could see him put his hand high in the air, hooray. But then Timmons said nope. So back he comes, 2 and 1. Well, that had to feel like a base hit for sure. Strike. So deuces wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, and 2 on. No score. Dodgers trying to win 4 in a row. Dbacks trying to avoid losing 10 in a row. Got him. So Carroll, who just missed winning it, strikes out. And onward we go. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left. At the end of 13 innings, no score. 2. And then the emotional roller coaster ride made by Jamie Carroll. As he runs down towards first base, watch what he does. He's hit it hard, hand in the air, I've done it, oh no. Oh no. And then you come back and strike out. That is a roller coaster ride. So Jamie, with his 3 hits and a walk, still can't change the score. And we head to the 14th. The Diamondbacks have been blanked 30 consecutive innings. Ryan Roberts, Stephen Drew, and Justin Upton facing Travis Schlichting, who has worked the 11th, 12th, and 13th, and is now asked to pitch 4 innings in relief, at least. Breaking ball strike. Roberts is 0 for 5. Fouled out twice, flied out twice, grounded out. Fastball hit to Blake. 1 away.
Shortstop, number 6, Stephen Drew.
Stephen Drew grounded out twice and flied out, hit by a pitch and singled. 1 for 4. One ball and no strikes. Drew last night 0 for 4. The game before 0 for 4. And a foul ball that'll go out of play. No chance for Blake. 1 ball and 1 strike. 7 hits for the D-backs, 5 hits for the Dodgers. One ball, 1 strike. Comebacker right through the box and into center field. So a solid single for Stephen Drew, his 2nd hit of the game. And the batter will be Justin Upton. Upton has 2 singles, flied to center, struck out, grounded into a double play. Stephen Drew over at first base is 3 for 3 in stolen bases. With Upton, you get a lot of power, but you also get a lot of strikeouts. He has struck out 71 times coming into this game, and he has struck out 1, so 72. But he also has 8 home runs, 27 runs batted in. Drew held on by Loney. That missed. 2-0. It's Schlichting or no one. Dodgers have already used 5 pitchers before they brought him in the 11th inning. Two and 0. Ball 3. Well, you wonder about Schlichting and fatigue. Rick Honeycutt at the base of the stairs in the Dodger dugout, watching him so very carefully, but there's no one throwing in the pen. 3-0. And a strike. Augie Ojeda on deck. 1 out. Stephen Drew at first. Everybody looking at Bo Porter. Matt Williams, the runner Drew, the hitter Upton. So see if they play run and hit. Drew is not going. Foul ball. One thing Arizona has not done at all is try to shake themselves up, play hit and run, run and hit. They've just been locked in trying to do it, and it hadn't worked. So they didn't play run and hit 3-1. Let's see now if AJ with one out plays it 3-2. The big problem on his mind, of course, the fact that Upton has struck out 72 times, awfully hard to put a play on. But he's also grounded into 8 double plays. So we'll watch Drew. He goes this time, and it's ball 4. So the Dodgers now have to worry about fatigue. There's no one throwing in the pen. Schlichting will be facing Augie Ojeda and then Rusty Ryle.
Third baseman Augie Ojeda.
Dodgers last night used Belisario, Quo, and Weaver. And then today, Troncoso, Miller, Broxton, Belisario, and Schlichting. So here's Augie. Got into the game running for Andy LaRoche and has stayed in. Ojeda batting 136. And Rusty Ryle hits back of him. 2 on, 1 out, no score. High fly ball. Matt Kemp is there. So Augie didn't hang around. First ball swinging. 2 down in the top of the 14th inning.
Rusty Ryle.
Disappointed Ojeda goes back, and Rusty Ryle coming up. Ryle grounded out twice, flied to center, sacrificed, and singled. He's 1 for 4. For Schlichting, he is ready to make his 55th pitch. So he has worked awfully hard. Ball 1. Schlichting, while he was in there since the 11th inning, retired the side in order twice, in the 11th and in the 13th. He was in trouble in the 12th and now in the 14th. Throw down in the dirt. A good block by Loney. 1 minute you're wondering about the play, and the next, would Loney be able to come up with that? Martin throwing a sinker at the bag, and Loney down on his knees to make sure it didn't get through. Tough play. All right, 2-0 the count to Rusty Ryle. Getting kind of dark. Lights are not on. Two and 1 to Rusty Ryle. Drew at second, Upton at first with 2 out. High foul ball off his foot. 2 and 2. So again, a fistful of deuces. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, and 2 on. Hitting after Ryle is Chris Young. So Drew is at second, Upton is at first. Fouled away. Ryle came into the game hitting .326 with 2 home runs, 5 runs batted in. One for 4. And a high fly ball to straightaway center. Matt Kemp. Well, 31 consecutive scoreless innings for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They lead 2, and the bottom of the 14th, Kemp here in Loney, no score. Valdez. Matt Kemp has struck out twice, grounded out, grounded into a double play, and walked. So Valdez has a big assignment here as we go to the 14th. The D-backs now 31 consecutive scoreless innings, but for the Dodgers, just one run in their last 23 innings against Arizona. So on the rail, Casey Blake, Jamie Carroll, Russell Martin, trying to see how they can figure out to get a run. They came close with Jamie Carroll's last at-bat in the 13th. So here is last night's hero, but of course in baseball, turn the page. What have you done for me lately? So Matt 0 for 4. Ball 1. Kemp came into the game hitting .283. 1-1. Down in the Dodger bullpen, after asking Travis Schlichting to work 11 through 14, Jeff Weaver begins to loosen up. Of course, the Dodger hitters are hoping to save Jeff making an appearance today. 1-1. 2-1. It's been Jackson, Heilman, Rosa, and Valdez. Edwin Jackson was magnificent, like Dan Herron last night. Fouled away. Dan Herron made 126 pitches last night. Edwin Jackson made 123 today. If you combine the pitches right now, we've had 400 as Dan watches. 2-2. Ball 3 to count. Andre Ethier waiting for yet another opportunity. He's 0 for 5. Three and 2. Fouled away. Dodgers had the leadoff man, Carroll, get on in the first inning. They haven't had many other chances. Carroll led off the 7th with a base hit. Loney led off the 10th with a double. And now they watch. 3-2 to Matt. And a hard ground ball base hit. Now remember, Young was deep in center, but he's able to speedily get it back in. When Matt left the plate, you knew he was thinking second on that ball. Chris Young, who runs exceptionally fast, was able to get to the ball. So the Dodgers get a leadoff man. Kemp is on with a single. And here's Ethier. Lined into a double play. Struck out. Popped up. Lined out. And struck out again. 0 for 5. Oh and 1. James Loney on deck. Kemp, the winning run at first. Oh and 2 to count. Andre looked like he was first trying to hold up on the change, then trying to decide whether to go after it, and finally kind of took a half swing. Kemp has stolen 7, but he's already been caught as many times as all last year, 8. No balls, 2 strikes. Keeping the ball away, and another off-speed pitch. And with 2 strikes, couldn't afford to let it go by. Well, after a couple away, you're just wondering, would Valdez try to come back inside or not? We'll find out in a moment. 0-2. Snyder shuffling cards. And that's going to be hit on a line to Augie Ojeda. So for Ethier, that's his second line drive out. First to third and now to third.
Number 7,
and the batter is James Loney. And this thing continues. James Loney struck out, fly to center, grounded out, double to right, and fly to center. That was the best opportunity either team had to win the game, when Loney dead off with a level in the 10th inning. And then Anderson and the others failed to deliver. And a strike. Oh, and 1. Oh, and 2. Game now about 4 hours and 10 minutes old. No score. And a little foul out of play. Still 0-2. Well, the sky has cleared out a bit, and suddenly more sunshine. Beautiful late afternoon. No balls and 2 strikes to Loney. Matt Kemp swinging and swaying a little bit, and the pitch gets away, and Matt goes down to second. It'll be a wild pitch charge to Valdez. So the Dodgers have the winning run again at second base. Kemp is there in the 14th. Martin was there in the 13th. Loney was certainly there in the 10th. In this series, the Dodgers have gone 2 for 19 with runners in scoring position, and yet they have a chance to sweep the series. 1-2. Ground ball hard, but at Kelly Johnson. Well, do you have plans? We're heading for the 15th unless Garrett Anderson can do something.
Garrett Anderson.
Garrett Anderson grounded out, popped up, flied out, fouled out, had his biggest at bat in the 10th inning. After Loney doubled, Anderson came up and struck out. And ball 1. Valdez with that wild pitch. That's his second. And of course, Matt's at the ready with 2 out in the 14th. One and 1. Reed Johnson comes out on deck. He would bat for Travis Schlichting if Anderson gets aboard without getting Matt Kemp home. Johnson is the last of the Mohicans as far as player positions. Fouled away, 1-2. So Matt Kemp, the winning run, 90 feet away. About 4 hours and 15 minutes later to get here. Little roller, foul ball. Garrett, in his long and storied career, been on the main spot so many times. As you saw, 7 walk-offs in his career, and this crowd rooting for number 8. Also, Valdez, remember the balk. Well, he has that on his mind as Kemp comes down the line. In the dirt, nice save by Snyder. That could have ended it right there. Dodger will take anything. A walk-off balk, a walk-off pass ball, a walk-off wild pitch. Anything. And all they can do is stand and sweat it out. 2-2 to Garrett Anderson. And Kemp 90 feet away. And a fly ball, shallow center, diving try, no catch, no catch. And the Dodgers win it 1-0. Second base umpire Alfonso Marquez indicating Young, despite the dive, did not make the catch. And the Dodgers wind up with a walk-off base hit from the veteran Garrett Anderson. A downcast Chris Young, who seems so close, and no cigar. So it means that the Diamondbacks have lost 10 straight. They're 0-9 on the road trip. The Dodgers have won 4 straight. And Chris Young is a tired, bone-weary, disappointed, and frustrated outfielder as he made a diving try, hoping to convince the umpires that he had caught the ball. But out there was Alfonso Marquez to indicate, no, sir. No catch. Close. No cigar. So the Dodgers 1 run on 7 hits and 1 error. For the Diamondbacks, they go home totally empty and drained. 0-8-0. So the Dodgers put a little extra pressure on San Diego. They're going up against Santana and the Mets right now. And the Dodgers began the day a game back, so we will see. Well, it'll be Atlanta here tomorrow night. Boy, that's going to be something. So batten down the hatches and